Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, January the 28th. Starting with our land acknowledgement, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Seven Territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Lethal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Opishwa Métis Government and Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, we now have the updates and approval of the agenda. I think we just have one change to the agenda, and that is just a small change to the order, and we're going to move item 7 ahead of item 6, just so that those two items flow better together. So, council or administration, are there any other changes to the agenda?
There are not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. With that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council approve the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda with the following amendment. Move agenda item 7.1 to before agenda item 6.1.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's carried. For a public input session, looking into ledge services, do we have anyone who has signed in or emailed? Great, thank you. Approval of the minutes. We have the January 14th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone. I move that the council approve the January 14, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Then we have the January 21st, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approve the January 21st, 2025 Governance and Priority Committee meetings as presented. Minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Rob. That's carried. Thank you. So now we are at public hearing and appointments, which is the Marigold Library Board Trustee appointment. This is being presented by Vanessa Vandermeer, our Manager of Legislative Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm standing before you this morning to ask for an appointment of a council member as a trustee to the Marigold Library Systems Board. My recommendation to council is that council appoint Councillor Robert Schindler to serve as a trustee on the Marigold Library Systems Board to represent the City of Chestermere effective from January 28, 2025 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council. The background on this subject is the City of Chestermere currently does not have a member of council sitting as a trustee on the Marigold Library Systems Board. The Marigold Library Systems Board plays a crucial role in overseeing library services and ensuring that the needs of our community are met. Appointing a council member as a trustee to this board will ensure that the City of Chestermere is adequately represented and can actively participate in decision-making processes. The implications on the member being on the board is there may be minor costs associated with attending the board, such as travel expenses. Legal ensures compliance with any relevant bylaws or policies requiring council representation on external boards. And operational enhances collaboration and communication between the City of Chestermere and the Marigold Library Systems. Again, I'm asking council if they would appoint Robert Schindler to serve as a trustee on the Marigold Library Systems Board to represent the City of Chestermere, effective from January 28, 2025 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motion on the screen, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
I move that the council appoint Councillor Robert Schindler to serve as a trustee on the Marigold Library System Board to represent the city of Chestermere, effect January 28, 2025 until the 2025 organizational meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, through your worship. Just a quick question with respect to Marigold Library membership. Is it the city that pays for it?
So for the membership, the city, I believe, contributes to Marigold each year, but Marigold also contributes back to the library board. Is that what you're asking? The funds?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the city exclusively contributes to Marigold to be part of it, or the board contributes as well.
I'm not sure on that answer, sir. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Councillor Schindler?
If I may, it's the answer to your question, Councillor Narayan, is both. The board contributes and the city contributes with the Marigold Library Systems returning money to the library as part of that arrangement. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Worship. If that's the case, I'm just wondering, then should the board also have some say as to who the representative should be?
So to the mayor through to Councillor Narayan, normally the individual that sits on the board is normally a council member, though. Yeah, that's normal protocol. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. While I'm in support of this motion and Councillor Schindler's enthusiasm to represent us here from the city of Chestermere on the Marigold Library, just curious, the only real correspondence I've seen in regards to this presented motion was from Councillor Schindler. Was there anyone along council that was interested in this role?
I don't believe
I see that.
I don't believe
just a
anybody
bunch of
else is
no's?
interested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Great, thank you. With that, we'll call for the vote. I don't think you can abstain, Councillor Schindler.
Because
Sorry, Ms. Vandermeer? Yeah.
can I switch it to yes then?
Yeah, can we, I'm gonna recall for the vote because you can't abstain from a vote.
Yeah, I just assumed that because
You can't vote for yourself?
I can't vote for myself.
We do on committees, it'd only be a conflict of interest.
It may have been a misinterpretation of the rules that I was reading.
Yeah, you can't abstain from a vote.
Okay,
Okay, can we, can I recall for the vote, please?
I apologize.
I'm going to abstain.
It's a fun button to push, I have to say.
Great, thank you. That's carried. Now we're on to our public presentations, which is our ATCO Gas and Pipeline ATCO franchise agreement presented by Chris Blunt, Manager of Service Operations and Pressure Control South. Yeah. So, how's your morning?
Right, and introduce your role. Mayor Dean, councilors, thank you for, sorry.
Your mic.
There you go. That's good. Awesome. Thank you for having me, Mayor Dean, councilors. My pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me back to Chestermere. I was thankful enough to be part of the charity golf tournament earlier, I guess last year now. And anyway, what a fantastic event. Congratulations on that. So my purpose here today is to really touch on the key elements of the ATCO Gas franchise agreement and answer any questions you may have ahead of the second and third reading of the bylaw, which will happen shortly after this. So my name is Chris Plun, Operations Manager with ATCO. Really your contact for the franchise agreement related questions, but also anything related to ATCO, I can help pass on as well. So first, a brief overview of how ATCO serves the city of Chestermere. Chestermere has been served by ATCO under the current franchise agreement, which has now expired since 2013. Previous to that, under different agreements. Our main offices are located out of Whitehorn in Calgary, as well as out of our Strathmore office. And as of December 31st, 2024, we serve roughly 8,500 utility customers within the city of Chestermere boundaries. Sorry? Oh, yes, I apologize. I have a few sections where I do pause. However, I'm open to answering questions as we go through or at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
Or you wanted to ask a question? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry? Councilor Wozowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dune. Just a quick question to clarify. Our franchise agreement has expired, and then prior to that, there was one pre-existing to 2013. Were there any material changes over the years?
I apologize. I don't have the information prior to 2013. That's as far back as our records go in terms of the current one. So I don't have that specific information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good. And I'll touch on the expired agreement a little bit later on and the details around that. So the franchise agreement overview is really an agreement between ATCO Gas and the municipality, so in this case, the city of Chestermere. And what it does is it grants ATCO the rights to use the right-of-ways within the city to install our natural gas infrastructure to serve the city of Chestermere. So ATCO commits to the terms and conditions within the agreement, and we'll cover the important ones here today. So I mentioned the current agreement here expired in 2023, and wording in the agreement itself allows for all the clauses to continue on until we reach a new agreement. Big caveat to that is last year the Utilities Affordability Act hastened our need to get a new agreement done. So in short, all agreements were required to get reapproved by the Alberta Utilities Commission, and if it wasn't done by March 17th, 2025, which is coming up in a couple weeks here, all agreements would end, which would include the revenue piece that comes along with that as well. So there was a need to move forward and get this done. So one quick note on the actual template agreement itself is the original template was developed in 2003 from the AUMA, and a new version was negotiated in 2015, and that was with the legal teams of ATCO, the company that is now Apex, AB Munis, which was AUMA at the time, and the AUC. And I mentioned this as being important. If you want to go back through to different agreements, you may see some different language, or if you're comparing to peers from other municipalities, you may see some different language in there. So that's why I touch on this as important. So just really pause for a second. Any questions on just the overview before I get into some of the detail of the important points of the franchise agreement?
Nope.
Okay. So one of the components is the agreement term. So we have a minimum 10 years, maximum of 10 years for the franchise agreement term. I mentioned earlier that while expired agreements will carry on until a new agreement is made, I will touch on there is a clause in the agreements that do allow for after a year of it being expired that we would hold back 1/2 of all the franchise fees going to the municipality. And really the idea behind that is just to bring the two sides together to reach an agreement. In my knowledge, ATCO's never enacted that clause. So, for example, the City of Chestermere's franchise agreement expired 2023. We were in constant communication. There was never a desire to go down that road because we knew exactly what the situation was. So grants of the actual franchise agreement. So it does grant ATCO the exclusive right to install pipelines within the municipal right-of-ways in order to serve natural gas. So what this means is that the municipality is unable to grant that same right to other natural gas companies. So with that agreement, I mentioned earlier, ATCO bears the responsibility of our terms and conditions as well as the franchise agreement that will adhere to all the terms within that. Okay, so the franchise fee itself. So the franchise fee is for the exclusive right for ATCO to install within the municipal right-of-ways. And right now, the current and the proposed franchise fee for Chestermere is 17%, and that is set by the municipality. And it is based off of the revenue that ATCO earns. And one note here is that it does not include the price of the gas itself. So it does not include the commodity. So ATCO collects the fee from utility customers within the city of Chestermere on their bills, on their utility bills as Rider A. And a few important things to note on this: it is only collected from city of Chestermere customers within Chestermere. So all the different municipalities collect from their respective municipalities on whatever they set as the rate. And while ATCO and the retailers can explain the calculations, it really is the municipality that sets what that rate is and is responsible to answer for exactly, how it's set and what they use it for. So the franchise fee can be adjusted annually, so we don't have to go through a full renewal of the franchise agreement if we want to reset the rates. Typically by the end of August, we're required to send a renewed revenue forecast to the municipality, at which point we'll ask, is there any appetite to change that? There is a little slight change from the previous version of the template, is that we just asked for about 15 additional days. So previous to 2015, it was November 15th was the deadline. We just asked for November 1st to tell us if we want to change the rate for the January 1st of the following year. And the AUC cap for franchise fees is at 35%. Yes, Councillor Rob. I'm sorry, I'm going to use Councillor Rob.
Councillor Wozzowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through our chair, our administration and you, our presenter, can you break down what's included as part of your revenue model? Is that something that ATCO would be willing to share? I'm sure it's public information, but in general, because the franchise fees are based on revenue, so
Correct.
I have this question. Even though we set the rate, there are other costs that are covered by that revenue model.
Okay.
And the nature of my question is how do we ensure that revenue model stays consistent to maintain affordability for our residents?
Okay. I am going to have to write that down, and I will get in touch with our regulatory person who looks after all of this and see what information, high level, we have. If that's okay.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, and through your worship. I do understand that the percentage can be revisited annually. So what would trigger revisiting, or what kind of material change would there have to be in order to bring about significant changes to the percentage?
Any change. Yeah, so any change, we would have to go through a public notice where we publish it in the local print, and I believe on the last agreement, I believe we did social media, everything there, so the municipality would advertise it to let people know that revenue would, or that franchise fee percentage would change. So regardless of what it is.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. And so what kind of things would bring about that change? Would it be just city, feeling that no, we should be charging more or less?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. So in general, it's a revenue. It's a revenue for the municipality, and it could be any number of reasons. It really is up to you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wozzowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just another quick follow-up to Councillor Narayan's question, again, through our chair, to yourself. When it comes down to the calculation of that 17% and that revenue number, is that done by a third party or is that done by ATCO? And we just have I'm sure that's in the details in the black and white of the agreement, but to ensure that Chestermere is getting the respective share of the franchise agreement based on ATCO's revenues.
Yes, I believe ATCO does do the calculation and submits that to the city. It is based off of what's outlined in the Municipal Government Act. And I apologize, I don't have the actual clauses in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. regarding municipal taxes, so this offers the municipality an avenue to collect linear taxes from ATCO in addition to the franchise fee. So currently Chestermere does collect a linear tax on top of the franchise fee, and this would show up to customers as Rider B on their utility bills. So one caveat here is I want to share is that not all municipalities choose to go this route. Some municipalities, what they can do is they will use the revenue from the franchise fee to pay for that property tax. So all municipalities will kind of have a property tax bill to ATCO. Some of them choose to collect it. Some of them will choose to collect it separately as a Rider B, so it'll show up on utility bills. Some of them choose to use the revenue from the franchise fee to clear that model. So we'll see that a little bit different depending on which municipality. And I will pause here because the franchise fee, as well as how taxes are handled, is typically the most questions that I get on how that all works. So I'll pause if there's any other questions before I move on.
Nope, I think we're okay.
Okay, so a little bit more of the details. So our core services that ATCO provides is, within the agreement, is like we'll collaborate with the municipalities' local emergency services, typically the fire departments. We'll provide 24/7 emergency response to natural gas related emergencies. And we are responsible for reporting to the municipality on request for a variety of information. So things like outage information, customer satisfaction, public safety metrics such as how many hit lines we have within the boundary of Chestermere, and then also to the number of customers that we have. So if there's anything, we don't proactively provide any of that, but we will absolutely on request. So whatever we'd like to see on there, it's in the agreement and we can provide that. Regarding the provision for extra services, this just says we can negotiate for some mutually beneficial services. I'm not aware of any in the province who take advantage of this. It's simply in the agreement as an option, as an opportunity. Provisions of plans and equipment. So ATCO will provide the municipality with a copy of our plans, typically via GIS now. I believe most people are there. And as I mentioned, as part of our commitment, we'll coordinate with local fire departments, local emergency services as required, including equipment, which could include special valve keys for us to turn gas supply off. Most of the time, we simply require a pretty simple wrench for the fire departments to use, but we will assist with this. In terms of constructions and maintenance, so the details around this in the agreement, so ATCO will provide plans and notice of construction to the municipality for approval. Typically for larger projects, that'll happen through our engineering groups. The agreement outlines our responsibilities for reclamation, and I will touch on this because I do get questions around this, is what if we don't follow through with unsatisfactory reclamation? We're held to this in the agreement, and in all honesty, we take it very seriously and will escalate any repairs that are necessary.
Councillor Warsawski.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through our mayor, to yourself, in regards to the reclamation, are there rules and regulations that you may see under the AER or other groups in regards to what the reclamation needs to look like? No,
they're not.
Just bury it, make sure the pipe is clean, and you're essentially reclaimed, or there's just kind of a...
Yeah, we'll follow the municipal guidelines in terms of like what it looks like after the fact. So our general stance is we'll restore it to what it looked like prior to.
Yeah.
If we're talking about design standards and that, typically we'll follow Z662. It's our codes and standards on how we install everything. But in terms of the reclamation, what it looks like afterwards, we'll follow whatever the municipality has set in place.
But you don't completely excavate and remove all of the gear. You just kind of reclaim it so it looks good on the surface, correct? Generally
Correct.
speaking?
Correct. And if I could infer, are you referring to potentially abandoned pipe that's in the ground?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring
Okay.
to. Or an abandoned service, anywhere you've put it,
Okay.
as an example, or abandoned building, etc.
Abandoned services in the ground, pipelines underground, our typical practice is to leave them abandoned in place in the ground, and we'll cover. And then after that, if somebody has to come back afterwards and excavate, they're free to do whatever they would like. Those are for distribution assets. Transmission is completely different. I heard you reference the AER. That is a little bit different on that side because they're licensed pipelines and they treat those a little bit differently. So there's different rules around those.
And the history for the municipality or call before you dig, that's all maintained even though there might be pipelines that are abandoned in the ground.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, emergency repair notifications. So we're responsible to make this to the municipality. In general, we won't make separate notifications, as majority of incidents, the local fire departments will be involved. However, if there is something that doesn't involve the local emergency services, we'll reach out and make some connections there and about any significant events. It does require ATCO to obtain approval from other utilities or municipalities. So because the franchise agreement grants us the ability to install within the right-of-ways, it's our responsibility to work with our peers and work with the other utilities and other infrastructure in the ground to make it happen. And we're required to provide as-built drawings for any major work. General guideline, we classify that as about $100,000, but in general, we'll supply our alignments through, I think, monthly or quite regular updates to the city of Chestermere, but we're required to provide as-bills for actual work that we do. Okay, cost of relocation, and I would say this is an important clause, especially for a fast-growing community like Chestermere. So ATCO will relocate our facilities at our cost in municipally owned right-of-ways to accommodate work, provided we have a year's notice and the municipality is not acting as a land developer, and as long as we consider the total cost of what that project may be. So expanding a little bit more on this, and I will clarify as well that this only applies for distribution piping as the entire agreement. The transmission system is a little bit different. I don't think there's too much. It's just on the outskirts of Chestermere. There's not really a concern there. So expanding a little bit more on that, so we'll see requests such as road widenings, if there's new bridges going in, if there's significant water, sewer infrastructure that has to be new installation or replaced. So typically we'll ask for a year notice for it. If it's reasonable for us to do sooner, we will, right? It's more for us to, more of a guideline in general to make sure that we've accounted for everything. And in terms of consideration of cost, what we want to do is we want to look at the overall cost. So if we have a proposal that comes in saying, hey, this line's in our way, we want to move it. If we have a separate proposal that may be a little bit lower cost overall, we'll still help pay for that, even though that alternative may come with not relocating our pipe to the same extent. So overall, really the intent here is that we'll work together to find the best option in order to do this.
Councillor Wolf.
Yeah,
I apologize for all the questions.
not at all. That's why I'm here.
Through our chair and in reference to your last slide in regards to cost of a relocation, what if we are starting to interfere with your property? Is there anything in the agreement that we need to notify you to ensure that we work together to resolve any interferences? Let's say we put in a bridge or take out a bridge or remove a road or put in a road, etc.
In general, yes, in the sense that our standard clauses will ask for notice of any work that may be impacting underground facilities. Typically, it'll come in through our engineering group and we'll do a review of exactly what we need to do.
So vice versa, essentially.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
So there are some terms. So when I speak to general relocations, if we have any developer in any parts of our system who request any kind of work, for example, if they're building a new bridge, if they're building a new road, subdivisions previously in a rural area, and we have pipelines going through it, we'll work with them to make a plan. So the difference here is when we're working with our pipe in the municipal owned right-of-ways, and it's for things like roads, we'll pay for that. So that's our cost. In general, if we're talking another development that doesn't have an agreement like this, essentially it's 100% billable because our stuff's in the ground, and we'll ask them to pay for that.
Councillor Schindler.
Just a thought. So I see provide 1 year notice for any construction work. Say we don't provide that 1 year notice, does that mean that cost is then diverted back to the city?
In general, I want to be careful. We'll work together.
We'll work together
on it. Absolutely. If there's absolutely no reason for it, or if we have to significantly go above and beyond what we would normally do, then potentially that could be one of the options.
Yeah.
Right. So if we wanted to do it, let's say within 3 months, which is really, really tight turnaround.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty standard that's even less than our typical engineering design right now.
Yeah.
That will be where we run into challenges.
Right. Emergencies, though, we just go with it, right?
Emergencies, we'll make it happen.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to administration, could you comment on that timeline a little bit? If I'm not sure whether you would be the best person to ask in this particular scenario. The budget is typically set in December, January, and roads projects can happen that following summer. So how does that timeline work in this case?
That's a great question, and I don't have a clear answer for that. So I simply will have to take it under advisement. We'll look into this, and I'll get back to you with a more definitive response as soon as possible.
Okay. All right. So how we extend our gas mains, the long and short of it is ATCO will extend our gas mains within the city of Chestermere to serve new customers as long as there's sewer and water to those properties. So that's our general guideline. So that includes new development, subdivisions, new commercial properties. Industrial, we get a little bit more complex, but the same principles apply. So customers are only responsible in this event to pay for their individual service line, and they are required to apply for a natural gas connection, and they pay the rates that are all set, predetermined and set by the AUC and approved annually. So increasing municipal boundaries, there's a few clauses here that focuses on annexation and some of the cost implications around that. So in general, anything less than 640 acres or 25% of the current size is automatically included in the new franchise agreement. Anything larger than that, it goes up for the municipality to decide if we want to renegotiate a new franchise agreement or if there's another arrangement. So as ATCO serves everything around Chestermere, so there's no other natural gas companies surrounding here, not maybe as important a clause to consider with this. And in the sake of time, what I will do is I'll point in the presentation itself, there are some additional notes on the bottom with quite a bit more information. Happy to answer if anybody has questions around this, but for the sake of time, I'll maybe skip over any additional context on the annexations. Okay. So I've mentioned this before, that the right-of-way use, so this clause allows the municipality to use the right-of-ways granted to ATCO to install. So essentially, if the municipality grants us a right-of-way, you're allowed to use it as long as it's reasonable, is essentially what this is. So it's not saying this is ATCO's right-of-way, you can't do anything on it, right? Most of our stuff will be in the roads, so that's a pretty standard clause. And really it encourages us to work together for the mutual benefit of residents. So those are the main points of the franchise agreement I wanted to cover. There is quite a bit more. There are a few more slides at the end of the presentation, which I did move. A lot of them were, clauses that aren't normally as enacted or as important that we deal with day to day. However, they are there if you do want to review and have questions for them. So to end off, just to highlight kind of where we are with ATCO as a whole across the province. So we do serve more than 1.1 million customers across almost 300 municipalities. So we have almost 300 municipalities, each with their own franchise agreements that we work with. And highlighting our commitment to safety, which includes 24/7 natural gas emergency response, responding to customer requests for gas service, and really maintaining our system integrity to make sure that we're good for years to come. So that is everything I have prepared. Happy to answer more questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Fluker.
Just one question for you, Chris, and referring back to your opening remarks about contracts and the fact that different municipalities may have some different language in different contracts. Can you tell me what that might look like, and does it materially impact our contract? Should we be looking at some of these other contracts, and do we need to change anything?
Okay. In general, there's a strong preference to keep with the template that was developed in 2015. Any changes to that is required. Any material changes, I believe is the wording, is required to go through AUC approval. So they will look at the clause, they will look at it and see if there's a benefit to more the residents, to see if that's there. So that's why we strongly encourage that we maintain with the template, and if there's any concerns, we'll work through that. We do have an avenue. That said, applying separately through the AUC can be a little bit daunting process, and we have to have good justification for them in order to make those changes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to whoever can answer. Is it a change of the bylaw to change the franchise fee? Or is that something that's decided outside of readings of the bylaw?
I think, well, we said franchise fees can be set each year. But it's, so I don't know the full answer to that. What I would say, though, is I've made a few notes here with regards to our two upcoming motions that we have with regards to this bylaw. And so I'm wondering if part of what we should do is capture all of these questions that we have at the moment. And then when we get to the bylaw specifically, have those questions. And then if council is feeling like some of our questions are unanswered, perhaps what we're looking at today is second reading. And then delaying third reading, because given the timeline, we have until March 17th, so we could bring this back either at the February 11th or the February 25th regular meeting of council for third and final reading and still meet the March 17th deadline. But I kind of just skipped ahead. But there's a few of these, right? I mean, Councillor Worzanowski had a couple of questions that we were looking for answers on that were made note of, right? I believe Councillor Schindler had one. You've now had one, right? So I'm just wondering, given that, right, that would give opportunity for our administration to take that away and bring some of those questions back, working with ATCO on those questions as well. Any other questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Schindler.
So I would be remiss if I didn't self-serve a little bit. How do we get ATCO to open up a franchise office here instead of in Strathmore? I would rather have ATCO in our borders as opposed to anywhere else. Thank you.
I agree. So our Whitehorn office is not far from here. So that's where the majority of our field folks come from, given that it is relatively close. So I'll be honest, it's a business decision on where we can effectively serve from.
Right. And I think that Chestermere is an excellent place, and perhaps you should bring that forward to whoever you can going forward. Because, we really want more folks like ATCO in our community. Thanks.
Thank you.
I had the same note in my note. I'm with you. I don't disagree with you at all. Any other questions with regards to the presentation? Thank you. Then with that, I believe we're accepting the presentation for information. Would that be correct? Great. Thank you. Can I have the motion on the screen, please? Great. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the Councillor Worzanowski?
I'd like to suggest a modification to the motion before stating the motion, and that is, to your point, Mayor Dean, there are a number of questions that we'd asked. We can accept this for information, and we could potentially write a new motion. We'd also like to get some feedback to get some of those questions that were asked during your presentation back to council.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Worzanowski. That's why I'm suggesting we accept this information, and then we do that as part of the bylaw process.
Okay.
So can we
So we
leave
can
the
go
motion?
back to that motion. So then I'll motion to accept the ATCO gas franchise renewal presentation for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, thank you. So with that, then, I believe we're moving to the bylaw now portion of the franchise agreement. And our bylaw, sorry, just making sure I got all this information correct. The bylaw is being presented by Katie Hayes, our paralegal. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Katie. I'm the paralegal for the city, and I am here I'm here to present bylaw number 027-24, the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement bylaw. So I think Chris did a fantastic job of providing all the background information. And So the franchise agreement has already been approved by the AUC, which is one of the many steps in the renewal process. And I think we're ready to proceed to the second reading of the bylaw. So unless anyone has any questions, I think we're ready to proceed with the motion.
Great, thank you. So again, council, my suggestion is that we give the second reading to move the process forward. But I would recommend, and council, if there's a council that wants to move to third reading, we can do that. But I would recommend us not doing third reading today and doing second reading, thus then providing administration the opportunity to answer the questions as has been outlined by a few of our councillors. And then we can find out from administration if they would like a council with regard, a council. Oh my gosh. If they would like a motion with regards to the answering of those questions, and we can do that after the second reading. I just want to confirm before we do all of what I just said. So the March 17th was the deadline, but I know that, we shouldn't do it on March 16th because, there's administrative processes that need to happen. If we delay third reading until the February 11th council meeting, would that still fit the timelines that might be needed between the city and ATCO to, should third reading pass? Will that meet the, will everything be able to get done before March 17th?
Yes, I do believe that deadline shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. So council, that would be my recommendation, that we do second reading now and then delay third reading until either February 11th or February 25th after feedback from administration after passing second reading. So with that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move that council give second reading to bylaw 027-24, being the ATCO gas franchise agreement bylaw.
Great, thank you. As I call for comments, questions to Ledge Services, would this be a good point then? Because usually within a reading of any other bylaw, it'd be here that we would make the edits. Would this be the good time even just to capture those questions right now? Because then we shouldn't need a separate motion because it would be part of the second reading, correct? So the questions, so Councillor Warzanowski had a question that he was looking, so I apologize, Councillor Warzanowski, I don't remember all the wording of that question. Can you restate the question that you were looking for answers for?
I can try. It was a long-winded question, so I apologize.
Yes, sorry, Councillor
Warzanowski. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I wanted to understand from ATCO how revenue, what portion of, what are the costs associated with revenue, and then also how are the costs maintained even on an annual basis to ensure that those revenue numbers don't increase substantially with respect to affordability for our residents. And that was important because if our franchise fees are, as proposed, 17% and the revenue numbers continue to increase, then affordability does become a challenge for our residents in regards to how ATCO is charging those revenues to our residents.
Right, yes, I believe you were saying, and this is essentially what you just said, I'm using different words, was that you were just looking at how that model works. You want to see how the model works.
Yeah, how are costs controlled?
That's right.
But checks and balances are in place to make sure, because based on revenue, if the revenue doubles, well, now all of a sudden those costs are passed on to our residents. So I'd like to understand how those costs are associated, because cost is only one portion of revenue. Other things included are profit and other things to that like.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the other question was we were seeking clarity on timelines of the year process of notification. So both Councillor Schindler and Councillor Sambo had questions about this. Basically, if I'm capturing this, and Councillor Sambo, Councillor Schindler, not to speak for you, so if I get this wrong, please correct me. I believe the idea was just timeline, how those timelines work. It was spoken about emergencies, but also if the budget's approved in December and we're looking at major construction projects that could materially affect where ATCO resources are, how does that work in terms of that year process? Would that be, am I doing pretty good? Okay, so that was, there was a question that was there, and then the other question that was asked was about if a review of the franchise fees, the yearly review of the franchise fees, does that trigger, should there be a change, does that trigger a change in the bylaw? So I believe that those were the questions that we're looking at the answers to before proceeding to third reading. Were there any other questions that Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself, I guess this isn't for administration, this is mostly for council. And to me, it's a question of, are we happy with these percentages? Are we happy with the current formula? And I'm sure you're probably all sick of me hearing talk about franchise fees, but this is probably the point where we should be talking about it. And I think we have a duty to provide affordability to our residents. And in a world where costs are always increasing, it seems like franchise fees are increasing. And the largest problem that I have with franchise fees is really, I believe they're a tax at the end of the day, and almost a hidden tax. So in my opinion, I would rather tell our residents what we're going to actually tax them on the face, instead of trying to collect all this money in behind. And I didn't even know that we're charging this separate linear tax to cover the property tax of the utility right away. And I'm sure that's a large cost that we're just passing along. So I think there's a lot of affordability we can provide by addressing this. And I know I've had conversations with Mr. Edney about it, and I had conversations about where this revenue should be pointed and kept, and we should look at all those avenues. But I also think like 17% is quite a bit. And I think we should look at that, and we should try and do what's best for residents by seeing if we can save them some money here.
Thank you. So I think 2 points within there. One, I think it would be valuable at the time of third reading to be able to hear from our corporate services with regards to franchise fees and how these apply here. And secondly, I'm wondering, Council, would you be interested in seeing comparables on franchise fees to similar size municipalities? Okay, so if we could add that as part of before going to our third reading. So looking for some franchisees comparables. Also, the comparable, because it was mentioned that some municipalities put everything in Rider A, some put it in Rider B, and some have both, some have one. So I wonder, I would be curious about the comparable on those comparable municipalities that we utilize for other areas. What are they doing, and how does that apply before going to third reading? Fair? Good. Okay. Is there anything else, Council, that you would like to see, Councilor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And my question through you, administration to you, Kate. I know you represent us from a legal standpoint. Did we also go to outsource legal to review the franchise agreement, or are we just kind of rinse and repeating what the 2023 agreement looked like at the end?
So we did send this out to external counsel for review, and we did receive a few comments back. But at the end of the day, we sort of decided that we were sort of best to stick with the template agreement as it was, because it is a fairly rigorous process, as I understand, to go through the AUC to get approval for any amendments to the template agreement. So we could certainly look at that, but it wasn't anything, there was no drastic changes suggested by legal, just some minor wording and whatnot, but we could certainly look at those proposed revisions if you'd like.
No, I would not like. If there was anything of material, then I would suggest, yes, as rigorous and as painful as that may be, we should, as a municipality, go through that. But if they were just immaterial changes, then I would support the experts, yourself, and our external counsel in reviewing that contract. Thank you for answering the question.
Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. Just a question or a comment. So with this agreement with the ATCO, do we have like a relay if in the future we want to see any competitor rather than ATCO? So we have in our bylaw that first kind of rights to us, so we can look for another one if there is a rate comparison in the future.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can look at for sure. Yeah.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe there is another provider. I believe that ATCO is a regulated monopoly in Alberta, and as such, they are only controlled by the AUC. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah. I think it's totally fair to give you an opportunity to respond to that. I think that's more than fair.
I will share. So there's us, there's other co-ops, Apex Utilities, there are others, and there are clauses in the franchise agreement that does allow for the municipality to look at other avenues to purchase a system. There's lots of rules around them. I skipped over a lot of that today, given that a lot of the area in and around Chestermere is all served by ATCO. So not on purpose that I went through it. A lot of the information is in there. It is in the agreement, but it is there, and there's rights of first refusal in there as well. If anybody else were to make an attempt at it, it talks about different scenarios of what if just the municipality wants to, but this also feeds other areas outside of Chestermere. The agreement talks to a lot of those scenarios.
Great, thank you.
Yes, we are regulated by the AUC as well on that front. So
Great, thank you. I thought Chris was going to sprint out of his chair as Councillor Grant was talking there. That was a fun moment to watch from this side of the desk to watch him at the back of the room. That was a very enjoyable moment right there. Are there any other? Is there any other information that council will be looking for as part of going before third reading? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor to give second reading. We've provided the questions. I would like to call for the vote on the second reading to bylaw 027-24. Calling for the vote, please. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. So with that, to administration, would you prefer this to come back to the February 11th or February 25th council meeting?
I guess the question is, how much time do we reasonably need to address these issues, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Katie, for a response?
Well, and in looking at timelines, just as a reminder, I mean, we're trying to really, we'd have to have the oh, sorry, my screen just blanked on me. Administration would need to have the information by, in 5 days, right? So is that enough time, or would you prefer to have more time to go to February 25th, just with regards to agenda prep? Councilor Wozzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just have a suggestion to that request is, could we get the answers at a future governance and priorities meeting and then go to third reading on a council meeting?
It won't really work because the next GAP meeting is February 4th and the next one is March 4th.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have,
Yeah,
there's
so
a
do it all
big,
once.
that's why I'm doing that, yeah.
I think just to be safe, we should maybe look at the February 25th council
Okay.
meeting. Yeah, if that works.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Can I have a Councilor Wozzanowski, I believe you asked for this motion earlier, and I kind of delayed your enthusiasm on that one. So, Lead Services, Vanessa?
To Mayor and Council, are you wanting the, this on there as part of it?
Well, we already did second reading.
I know, but she could add the bottom half onto the next motion.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilor Wozzanowski, would you like to make the following motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Motion, Council direct administration to bring back further information regarding bylaw number 027-24, being the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement Renewal Bylaw by February 25th, 2025, with the following clarifications needed. Costs associated with the revenues from ATCO. Page 27, clarity on 1 year timeline. Review of franchise fees trigger bylaw changes. Franchise fee comparables and comparables of other communities, municipalities for fees and linear taxes.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions with regards to the motion? I guess my only suggestion on this would be, while these, I think that these capture this well, I believe also within the spirit of what was talking about, just to ensure that we have the variety of members of administration at that meeting to be able to speak to these as well, right? Because we're going to need from corporate services as well as from corporate services with finance, right? Those sorts of things as when we come to that meeting. I think there'll be a very wholesome conversation that's going to be happening with these. So with that, final call for comments, questions with regards to the motion. Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. With that, I'm going to ask that we take a short recess and come back at 10:05. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our recess here, and we're actually going to move agenda item. We have a guest here in chambers. And so with our guest being here, we want to just move a couple of agenda items around. So can I have a councillor make the following motion just to move item 9.2 before item 8.2, please? Deputy Mayor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move agenda item 9.2 to before agenda item 8.2.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, we're going to move to item 9.2, letter of support. This is being presented by Liz Armitage, our City Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning. I was about to say good afternoon. I'm so far ahead of myself today. I am presenting this report on behalf of Nimish Patel, the Manager of Economic Development, as he is not able to be here today. So forgive me if I can't answer all your questions, but I'm going to do my best. Today before you, we are requesting the Council direct administration to provide a letter of support for the Sol Verde Affordable Housing Foundation application to the Alberta Housing Partnership Program. The background that I have is that the Sol Verde Affordable Housing Foundation is planning to develop an affordable housing project in the South Shore neighborhood of Chestermere. The project is proposed to consist of approximately 83 apartments across 2 buildings. I use the word proposed because a development permit has been presented and applied for, but it has not been approved. So at this point in time, things may change. So this is just a proposal at this point in time before the city. The applicant is requesting a letter of support from the City of Chestermere Council to strengthen their application to AHPP. The letter is proposed to highlight the following points. One is that land and zoning is in place for this type of development. I do want to note that at this point in time, I cannot confirm that that is the state and that zoning is in place. It also wants to acknowledge that a development permit has been submitted, which I can confirm is in fact true. It also wants the letters proposed to include preliminary plans and specifications for the number of suites, site layout, building amenities, non-residential space specifications, square footage, elevations. Again, we have received an application, but we at the administrative level, that application has not been approved. So the language in the letter needs to reflect that based on a proposed application versus this is approved. It's not. I have not seen a copy of the letter, so that language might be in there. As well as the next point, which is community engagement plan, providing documentation outlining a detailed list of planned activities, timeline, and outreach strategies. And then it would also reference any past community engagement efforts that have been undertaken. And then that will provide a schedule as well, including timelines, project tasks, and dependencies. Ultimately, again, that schedule would not be ours to dictate. So the word proposal is very important, and proposed is very important in a letter of support. At this point in time, it is my recommendation that the letter would be to support an application for funding, not that proposed piece is absolutely critical. Ultimately, the implications as written here by our Manager of Economic Development is that the city is committed to supporting affordable housing initiatives and providing and collaborating to maximize the impact of grant funding for our community. Providing a letter of support for Sol Verde's application will help address the housing needs in Chestermere and contribute to the city's growth and development and contribute in assisting and solving the housing affordability problem, attracting businesses and business retention and expansion. The risk is difficulty in attracting future residential, commercial, and industrial development and businesses. I don't quite know what that means, as I'm not the author, but ultimately the risk I see here is more around the language of it is a proposed development and being very clear that it has not been approved at this point in time. And the reason to explain that a little bit more, the City of Chestermere administration is bound by the land use bylaw, the area structure plans, the MDP, all of those documents. That's not a decision of council, depending on the zoning that's in place. Typically, it's not. If it is a direct control district, yes, it would come back to council, but you can't bind yourself to, by writing a letter saying that this is approved. It just simply hasn't been through that process yet. So I do support having a letter of support for this. I would just caution that in that letter, that council direct administration to draft a letter of support for Sol Verde Affordable Housing Foundation's application to the Alberta Housing Partnership Program. And in drafting that letter, myself and Mike and Kent will be able to ensure that that language is appropriate. And one last comment. Oftentimes, grants do require letters of support from municipalities. So it's a standard process. That doesn't cause me any concern at all. It's just that it's a proposed application that does not have approvals at this point in time.
Yes, thank you. The thing I was hoping to clarify was, so because if we approve this motion, if the motion were approved by council, the motion doesn't dictate that everything that is in the RFD has to be included in the actual letter, correct? Because it's just simply, we are approving that, we are simply saying that we can write a letter of support, and then if we wanted to, we could be even more prescriptive within that motion, similar to what you just said. But it does not mean that we have to do all the things that are in the RFD, correct?
Absolutely. And I recommend changing this motion slightly once I read it. I don't think that council's approving the request to provide a letter. I think that council's directing administration to draft a letter. And I don't know if we put for the mayor to sign in a motion. I don't like that type of language. We'll draft a letter and then you would ultimately sign that. I do believe their cutoff for this letter is January 31st. We just received this request, I want to say last week, maybe the beginning of the following week before. So it's a bit more last minute than we would administratively have liked, but it is what it is. I believe we can meet that deadline.
Okay. Yes, thank you. No, I think we've seen that in the past, not just with this council, previous councils over an extended amount of time, and in other municipalities.
100%.
Generally speaking, the letter gets written by administration and the mayor reads it and signs.
Yeah. So I think the motion should be reworded because it's not approving a request to provide a letter. It's direct administration to draft a letter of support for the proposed Sol Verde Affordable Housing Foundation's application to the Alberta Housing Partnership Program grant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ryan, just before your question, are you, would you like to ask that question before seeing the wording of a new motion? Or does your question materially impact the wording of that new motion? Okay, so then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through worship. Just wondering if you can elaborate a bit more on exactly what is the Alberta Housing Partnership Program, and there's a second part to it, which is affordable housing, and what does that mean?
I cannot answer either of those questions as the stand-in here today. I don't have that information. I'm sorry. We can come back with it, but I don't have that.
So I believe we have a representative from Sol Verde Affordable Housing here, correct? It sounds like you may have an answer to that question. So if you'd like to come forward and answer that question, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry, first apologies if I make any faux pas or lapses in protocol. But what the Alberta Housing Partnership, Affordable Housing Partnership is they would support both generally not-for-profits, which we are, and municipalities with affordable housing. And so the term is, well, what is affordable housing? What they want to do is they want to take the median rent according to CMHC, and we are obligated to provide housing at a substantial discount to the median rent. So, for example, and we have to keep that for 20 to 30 years. okay? And keep it affordable for 20 to 30 years. And that's generally will be the conditions of the grant. So to give you some numbers, if median rent is, say, for example, $1,500, they expect you to be probably 30% or less than that. So then you would bring that down to about, under $1,000 or $1,000. So it's a substantial discount, and it also prevents you from, increasing it. You do increase it, but not necessarily to market, but just according to guidelines that they prescribe.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can I just get you to introduce yourself and who you represent?
Yes, my name is Arif Amlani. I'm a director of Sol Verde Affordable Housing Foundation.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council before we move to the motion? Deputy Mayor Randhawa and then Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter. I'm sorry, it's a bit hard for me to pronounce your name.
Arif, yeah.
Arif, okay, thank you. I have a question for the affordable. We always sometime very clear in the community under construction is affordable housing, but it's not actually affordable. And for the rent perspective, because certain area has somewhere is, for example, 2,400 rent, some places have 2,000, some places have 1,000. This is in Chestermere, depending on which area you live. For example, it's close by here, something its rent is little steep. How you can provide affordable rent to the residents who they actually genuinely our residents need it? Because sometimes it's okay, city approved, our thinking, it's for our residents for the affordability. We can approve this and we are happy to give, but eventually when the cost, all things come, then our residents is upset because rent is steep. How you think that this rent is a set for that area, because other area, for example, is 2,000, somewhere is 1,000. How you can maintain that rent, and then it's called affordable rent, because some people cannot afford even $1,000. Some they can afford $2,000 as well. So how you maintain that rent? Which one is actually genuine? Our residents need that affordable rent.
So in order to qualify for this, in this case, because we are not-for-profit, a lot of the rents and the calculation of the rents are prescribed by the province. The other assurance you have is because it's a not-for-profit, there is no private equity looking for rate of return, right? All we have to prove is that we can break even, okay? Because they, of course, don't want charities and not-for-profits to go into a loss. So really that's our guiding principle. That's on the province side, but I'm not sure if you're aware, but I was also the president of a company called GIA Developments and Edgewater Communities that's developed South Shore. Those are related companies to me. So in South Shore, we developed Sol Verde, which was 64 stacked townhouses where we did put net zero. You'll see the solar panels on the roof. And we provided 12 fully barrier-free units as well. But in that development, we were prescribed by, not the province, by the federal government through CMHC to provide a certain amount of affordable housing. So there, where rents for one bedrooms might be $1,600-1,700 in Chestermere, we were prescribed by CMHC to provide it at $1,150. It's right in our contract. So 16 of the 64 units in that development are at $1,150. And we have to report to that, and our report gets audited by the federal government. So to get affordability, there is some prescribed conditions that we have to meet, and we have to report to them on an annual basis. So it keeps everyone in check.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Excuse me. So what criteria you check for the residents, like for the affordability for their house? This person is more in a need, and that is how you choose the residents to live there.
So what we did in so the first development in one at South Shore, there was no prescribed criteria that we had to choose. We set our own criteria internally. In many cases, it wasn't. We had no. We weren't prescribed to check their incomes per se, other than the normal way that when somebody makes a rental application. We put criteria such as, we would give priority to residents of Chestermere. We would give priority to first responders, and we use the term good professions. So first responders, police, fire, etc. And we use the term, so not good professions, honorable professions. So again, it was our own definition, and that would have mean teachers, healthcare workers, nurses that lived in the community. We would give them priority. So that was our internal thing that we came up with. For the one that we're applying for with the province will set a model of how to determine. Now, whether they assign an agency to review applications, or they expect us to use certain criteria for applications, that'll be in that final contract if we are successful with the province.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler?
And I thought I had something that we're referring to here, but I guess I don't, because this is in Edgewater as opposed to South Shore.
So it is in South Shore.
This is in South Shore.
Yes,
as well?
yes. So Edgewater is the developer. South Shore is the community.
Sorry, my mistake. Sorry, I meant like it's in South Shore. Is it near the current affordable net zero?
Yes, just a little bit to the west. Yeah, I think we have a. I don't know if there's a map.
Yeah, there's a map that we were going to bring up here.
Is there drawings or maps?
Map, yeah.
Yeah.
What it'll look like, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, so the current affordable one is just to the east of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is...
And the proposed two buildings are the two buildings on the south, and which would sit on one level of underground parkade.
Ooh, interesting.
And then to the north, the proposed is for rental townhouses again.
Ms. Armitage?
Yes, please. Rental parkade or
If I may, I want to be really careful about the image that is up here. This shows design details that are part of a development permit application that is before administration. So I would prefer and will strongly recommend that we have no discussion around the actual design of this facility.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question, and it has to do with the thought that you mentioned before, or the project you mentioned before, where portions of it were affordable housing. So I'm wondering what portion of the 83 units is affordable housing?
Oh, we're looking at all 83 being affordable, but they'll have different levels of affordability.
Okay.
So in some cases, what they determine for affordability according to the guidelines is that if you are 10% below market and they dictate the market, you're considered affordability. So I would say for the 83 units, a good percent, all of them would be under the 90%. So we'll classify as affordability. And then they use the term deep affordability or highly affordable. And those will be between 60 and 90%. So you'll have some, and so some one-bedroom units will probably be about $700, and you were talking about the 1,000 level. Some will be as low as 700, but all 83 are expected to be affordable, meaning under 10%, so a 10% discount minimum.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I see the proposed motion on the screen, please? Great, thank you. Ms. Armitage, are you happy with the wording of
Yes.
this motion?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan?
So move that council direct administration to direct a letter of support for the proposed Solve Verde Affordable Housing Foundation grant application to be signed by the mayor.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions now with regards to the motion? Ms. Armitage?
Councillor Narayan read it better than it's written. He did not read the end at the bottom of at the end of the third line, and it sounded better. You read it the natural way. That end should be removed. Yep. That's how you read it, and it worked much better. Thank you for the suggestion.
Well done, Councillor Narayan. I'm sure that was 100% intentional. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion, Councillor Schindler?
I would just like to hear your thoughts, Mr. Mayor, on the subject. Did you have any further questions or thoughts about this project?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. What I would say is it sounds to me that this is a part of a development permit that is already before administration. Administration is reviewing those things, and that this is a application, grant application that will be going to the province anyway, right? And so with that application that's going to be going to the province anyway, what we are saying is, do we support somebody applying for an application to provide various housing, but that does not beholden our administration to approve the development permit. And so what I would say is I would be highly trusting of our administration to be doing a thorough review of the application and to that this is an administrative process, as this is a development that this development area and all ASPs related to this have already been approved, and we are now within the development permit process, which is under the purview of administration, not council anyway. Would that be a correct assessment, Ms. Armitage?
Absolutely correct, with one small note.
Yeah.
Part of our review has identified that there may be a need for a land use bylaw amendment to accommodate the use, and if there is a land use bylaw amendment, that would come back for council before we could issue a development permit. We don't have the answer to that today, but we are working through that and are working with the applicant on that, and that's completely common. And we'll work through that if that is needed, just to ensure that the use is permitted in the district that's there. So total process, nothing that worries me. I feel that council is fully able to write a letter based on the fact that it's a proposed application, and that we're talking about what this is very much for. This is about support for proposed affordable housing grant application.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler?
I just want to reiterate then, this support for the project should not impede the process that is going through the city right now for development permits. I want to be clear, if city folks are listening, that do your job and make sure everything's done correctly, and if that's okay.
Ms. Armitage?
I noticed another thing. It's Affordable Housing Partnership Program grant application, not foundation. I don't know where the word foundation is coming from. And I just picked up on it now.
That's the name.
Yeah.
Friendly amendment, would you like?
I'll get the motion restarted.
Okay.
I want to be clear what grant we're writing for. Thank you. My apologies.
That's okay.
Support for the proposed Sol Verde application to the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. Affordable needs to go in front of housing. We're changing this quite a bit now that I noticed this.
Sorry, just 1 second. Ms. Vandermeer?
If we're changing it this much, we should rescind it, and then the gentleman has a few comments to make behind Liz
Yeah.
for clarification.
Okay. So Councillor Ryan, can I get you to ask to rescind your motion?
Yes, I move that we rescind my last motion.
Call for a vote on that? You're just voting that to approve the rescinding. Councillor Grant. We're voting to rescind Councillor Ryan's. Thank you. With that, Councillor Ryan, can I get you to, Councillor Ryan, would you be willing to make the following motion?
Yes, certainly. So move that Council direct administration to draft a letter of support for the proposed Sol Verde affordable application to the affordable housing. I'll just take a pause here.
There we go.
Housing Foundation.
Let's just give Ms. Amortizer a chance to edit it.
I know, I missed a word still. There's too many affordable.
Fix the typo in partnership.
Housing Partnership.
That's the most stressful job.
Okay, Ms. Vandermeer.
Instead of for regarding the,
Yes. Should we take a minute?
No, I think we're okay. Just,
Hey.
everybody just take a breath. We're good. So I believe the question is, it just has to do with, it's the Alberta Housing Partnership Program. So there's two different, I believe the confusion is under 9.2. It says Affordable Housing Partnership Program, but the original motion said Alberta Housing Partnership Program. So which is it? Is it the Affordable Housing Partnership?
Alberta.
Or the Alberta?
In some cases, they use both Alberta and affordable.
Okay. I think we hit all the housings and partnerships and foundations and the signings. Okay. Councillor Ryan, you want to take another swing?
Certainly, with council's indulgence. I move Council Director Administration to draft a letter of support for the proposed Solverity Affordable Housing Foundation's grant application to the Alberta Housing Partnership Program to be signed by the Mayor.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? So with that, we'll move back to item 8.2, which is bylaw number 026-24, which is our committee bylaw, presented by Ms. Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Before you today, on behalf of administration, to ask for council to give second reading to bylaw 026-24 being the committee bylaw, and council to also give third and final reading to bylaw 026-24 being the committee bylaw. Throughout the bylaw, you council had asked for some changes to be made. On page 6, under reporting to council, we have C, prepare minutes to current meeting and bring back to council for information. That was Mrs. Sambo's, Councillor Sambo's request. Also, in 6.3 on page 6, this report should reflect the goals outlined in the terms of reference. On page 7, terms of appointment, 8.1, there is at the end of number 1, it says all members are appointed to council resolution at organizational meeting or a subsequent council meeting. Members at large served terms of 1, 2, and 3 years rotating to maintain quorum. See Schedule D. At the very back, you will see a Schedule D that explains the rotation. Is this what you were asking for? Okay. Then on page 9, under chair, number 11, 11.1, at its first meeting of each year, each committee member shall elect a chair and vice chair from its members. Either the chair or vice chair must be a council member. Then again, on section 13, 13.1, every January or following a by-election, each committee shall hold a meeting to establish schedule of meetings, review this bylaw and council procedural bylaw, review the terms of reference, TOR, and review committee roles and responsibilities. And those were the changes that were asked.
Great, thank you. So can I call for the motion for second reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 026-24 being the committee bylaw.
Great, thank you. Councillor, are there any recommended changes before passing second reading? I have one question. Under item 7.1, a committee shall be composed of both councillors and members at large, as stated in the terms of reference for each committee. Because it's also stated in the TOR, I'm wondering if we can change the word shall to the word may. So it gives council the option, if they wanted to have an all public member committee, they could. If they want to have an all council member, they could. Because if you have shall, then you have to do it that way. Whereas if you have may, it gives you the options of how you want to create your committee. So I'm just putting forward that as a recommendation, as a small change to the bylaw. Other than that, I have no other recommendations. Any comments, questions with regards to the motion and sorry, it's section 7 under membership. It's 7.1. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do you have a committee in mind where we may not want to have counselors, or what scenario are you envisioning?
I have nothing. I have no agenda to this. I don't have one in mind. I'm just opening up the opportunity, and I've just been also looking at. I have been looking at some other municipalities and the way that they are doing some of their committees, and I do know that administration is currently working with some others and some other municipalities, and happy to give a further update to council. So, for example, you will have municipalities where they have their where they will have a committee that is made up of all councillors, and it is done in a certain kind of way, or it is made up of members of the public who bring items back. So I have nothing in mind right now. I do not have a committee that I'm suddenly going to spring on council next week that I was like that I have something. I don't. This was simply just in reviewing what other municipalities are doing. It just gives us the option without having to go back in and reopen up the bylaw. That's the only reason for my suggestion of changing shall to may.
That makes sense to me, Your Worship, as well. And I would be in favor of that change. Would you see this as a friendly, or would you like me to rescind the motion?
No, it's because it's in second reading. What we're doing is then it would be we're passing second reading with this, and then in third reading, that would then be in third reading. Yeah, it's just a small, right. Good? Okay. With that, call for the vote for the approval of second reading of the bylaw.
Your Worship, I just want to be clear. I believe what you're saying, this note here, the section 7.1 should be removed from this slide for second reading, correct? Because it was not part of my motion.
Ms. Vandermeer?
My suggestion would be to leave it, sir. Because, once you make second reading, you then can make your changes, and then you would make a motion for changes to be made, and then you would do third reading with said changes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're going to take this
that
out.
off, yes. No, take that off, and then we're going to put that at your third reading.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take that off, and then we'll add that for third reading. Councillor Schindler?
I believe with that change, you would also have to adjust 11.1, being that the chair and vice chair must be a member of council.
Oh,
chair
because
or,
if you did,
chair or vice chair. Unless, right, but then if we have a committee of no councils or council members, we'd maybe have to add unless reflected in the TOR or something to that line, I think.
Ms. Vandermeer?
So to the mayor and council, I guess my suggestion would be then, do you want to change your wording on the first one?
So we're debating a motion right now that isn't a motion. So what I would suggest is that yeah.
You have it open. You guys are now discussing what you want for changes.
Yeah.
And then if you need changes, that's when you want to put it in. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then you can move to third and final reading with all the amendments already there.
Right. So your suggestion is that we vote on this motion right now.
No. My suggestion is once you make the motion, that's when you open the floor, correct?
That's what I understood.
Yes.
That's not what just happened, though.
No.
So what I did was I followed that procedure. My understanding of bylaw procedure is that the motion gets made, and then if a councillor or mayor has a suggestion that they would like to make with regards to that motion, that they do that, which is exactly what I did. Mm-hmm. Right, but then we just removed it.
Nope. Sorry, that was my error. There was no
Right.
clarification on that.
Right. So.
Goes back.
Correct.
With the amendment.
Correct.
But again, are you guys wanting to have that amendment in there? Because it will change the bylaw on 11.
Right. So now right.
Because you guys are just discussing whether you want to keep it or not.
Correct.
You can make the motion for it, and then you can rescind the motion because you've already put it on, because you cannot debate it by motion.
Yeah, so then my suggestion would be, because I also feel like we should be having our chair or vice chair be a member of council, should we look at creating a committee later that's made up of, say, just the council, then perhaps we would reopen the bylaw. So with that, then I would like to, I would take that out because I would rather not adjust 11.1. I would like the chair or vice chair to be a member of council for council committees. Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, through your worship. And just for clarification, so this is if there's, well, let me rephrase it. What if there's no council members on a committee? Then I guess it just wouldn't apply.
Then it wouldn't be a council
Yeah.
committee. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if we have two members of council on a committee, are they both, one has to be chair, one has to be vice chair then?
No. No, that's not how that's worded. Either the chair or vice chair. So you could have a member of the public be the chair.
Yes.
Then the member of council be a vice chair.
How do we decide which one? Just between us?
Yeah. You, the committee, decide. Yeah. Good? Okay, so with that, call for the vote on giving second reading to bylaw 026-24 as presented. I'm waiting for the vote to come up. Councillor Grant. Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Ms. Henry, was there another comment you had before we proceed to third reading?
There was, because it should have stated being the committee bylaw, not as presented. I was trying to get it in there before you guys had voted on it.
We can just do that here at third reading.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can I have the motion for third and final reading, please? Good. Okay.
Thank
Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randawa.
I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 026-24 being the committee bylaw.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions before third and final reading? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Thank you. Council, do we want to move on to the next one, or do you want to have a quick recess? 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 Okay, we'll call for a quick recess, and we will come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Coming back from our break here, we're moving on to item 9.1, which is policy number 834, council remuneration, presented by Vanessa Vandermeer.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. This is regarding policy 837, council remuneration policy. I'm looking for a recommendation of council that the council approve policy 837 being the elected officials remuneration and expense policy as presented. At the October 29th, 2024 council organizational meeting, council requested the remuneration policy to be brought back with the recommended changes of wages between 2.5, 3, and 5% increases over 5 years, and other municipality comparisons in wages. Since then, some changes have been requested to be made to the policy. So if council would like to open up the policy to page 2, 1C, it states elected officials shall be compensated as per table A. At one of your attachments, you do have a multicolored item, as you see, in green, pink, and gray. These are the amounts that council has asked to choose from. Whatever amount today that council picks will be your table A. Moving further on, in section 6.3.1, for meetings and training sessions or conferences where meals are not provided or where non-suitable meals are not provided, elected officials are entitled to a daily maximum meal allowance, not including alcohol, of $95 per day. 15% gratuity is the maximum amount the City of Chestermere is permitted for meals. Anything over will be the councillor/mayor's personal expense. And then on the final page for attachment for Schedule B is your mileage sheet. Again, so once council has decided what they would like for Schedule A, I am requesting for the approval of the policy 837, council remuneration policy.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. During second reading, I did a cursory review of how the City of Chestermere public officials are paid with comparison to their peers, and it seems that we are slightly under what's market. So I was just going to suggest through the mayor and the rest of council that to remove ambiguity, I'm not sure why we need 3 charts at the back. We can certainly use them there for reference, maybe in a additional schedule, but if we're going to choose on one of the rates, I would suggest that we leave that rate as the shaded areas that council so chooses. And based on that comment about us being slightly under as compared to our other municipalities, it probably won't be until about 2027, depending on growth and how other municipalities change their rates, but that would likely support a choice of 5% based on that previous information that I did reviewed.
Sorry, Councillor Wozzanowski, what we're going to do is we're going to pick one of these 3, and then that one is the only one that will remain. So the other 2 will disappear. So that's what we're about to do is have conversation about which one of the 3 that the majority of council is going to be in support of. So
That's correct.
I would like to open up that for conversation as to how council is feeling about the 3 different charts that are outlined. Councillor Schindler.
I have a quick edit not related to this question.
Sure.
Section 6.3, the meal allowances. On the second line where it says provided or non-suitable meals are not provided, I think we should get rid of the not, only because that makes that sentence a double negative. Where non-suitable meals are provided. Because we don't want non-suitable meals provided. Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay, just that edit.
Okay. So, going back, can we have the 3 charts back on the screen, please? So, council, just a reminder that this would be for starting in October of 2025. So this would be for the next council, the next elected council. So this does not affect our current rates now. This is for us for the next council. So with that being said, is there a councillor that would like to open up the conversation with regards to these three charts. Councillor Wozniacki.
Yeah, I think I've been clear, thank you, Mayor Dean, on how I believe this is, our council is paid in respect to the current market compared to our other municipalities. I would suggest that we remain at 5% at least until 2027. However, 2028 and 2029, if we do keep on that path, we will likely start now to become overpaid by comparison to our other municipalities. So we all know that this will be reviewed on an annual basis. I would only ask that this policy have some commentary that we do review it annually just to confirm that we are still within market rates. Otherwise, the 5-year remuneration at 5% is fine.
Great, thank you. So then on that, to open up for full debate, Councillor Wozniacki, would you be comfortable making a motion for approval of the 5% rate increase?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I would. I'd only ask through you and to Ledge Services, we may need to make a minor amendment to ensure that this policy is reviewed on an annual basis.
So you can make, sorry.
I can put 2 in 1 if you like.
Correct, yeah, you
Yeah.
can make that as part of your motion.
Yeah.
So do you want to take a stab at an organic motion here, and we'll see how it, sorry?
I can. Is it already listed somewhere? Okay, that's what was going to be my question. Then I'll just state the motion to accept, to propose a 5% annual remuneration, again, as per the bylaw to be reviewed annually. I probably don't even need the second part, but I'll add that first part.
Ms. Vandermeer?
So to council, to the mayor and council and Councillor Wozniacki, in section 8, remuneration reviews, it says administration will conduct a comprehensive review of salaries, honorariums, benefits, allowances, and expenses each council term. Remuneration reviews will be based on comparison with council-approved municipalities used for assessing city staff compensation as well. 2 review cycles will occur within a 4-year term. A review of a base remuneration will take place in the 2nd year of each council term. Recommendations for adjustments, if applicable, will be presented during the 2nd year's organizational meeting. Adjustments to the mayor's base salary will be made midterm if the market review shows a differential of greater than -5%. If the differential exceeds 5%, the salary will be frozen until a market review reflects the differential within 5%. And then it continues on, sir.
Thank you. I think that's adequate.
Okay.
The only other comment, which I believe is immaterial, there are other sections as part of remuneration when it comes to neighboring municipalities, and provided those are all of somewhat equal nature, whether you sit in committees, what their benefits look like, et cetera, I'd be still comfortable in making my motion support a 5% increase for this 3rd reading.
Great, thank you. So then, can we have the motion on the screen, please? Thank you. Councillor Wozniacki, if you're comfortable, would you like to make the following motion, please?
It's 837. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Wozniacki?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council to propose a 5% annual increase remuneration for policy number 837, being the council remuneration policy.
Great, thank you. With that then, opening up the motion for debate, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder whether Councillor Wozniacki would accept a friendly council to approve a 5% annual increase?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Vandermeer?
To the mayor and council, if we can actually change the title as well to state elected officials remuneration and expenses policy.
Right, that's just the title, though. It's not the actual motion.
No, but that is the title of the policy, sir.
Yes, but,
Yeah.
sorry, it doesn't affect the motion.
No,
There's no
but
change in the motion.
Should state it in the motion, being the elected officials remuneration and expense
So then the
policy.
motion should change.
That's correct.
Yes.
It's a friendly amendment
Okay,
because it's the title change.
I'll restate it because I do not know.
thank you. Councillor Wozniacki, can you restate the motion, please?
Before I restate the motion, question through you, our chair, and through Ledge Services. is it clear in the current bylaw when this will be effective? If we do approve the 5% annual increase? If not, I can add when it'll be effective as part of this motion.
Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wojanowski, I don't believe it is clear because it is a policy, not a bylaw.
Okay, then if you may bear with me for a minute, effective after the next election or maybe effective October 1st, 2025?
November 1st.
November 1st, October 25. And then I'll restate that motion if that is acceptable to everyone.
Ms. Vandermeer, should he rescind his first one? Yeah,
Yes, that's
because we've
correct.
made a lot of changes here.
Yeah.
So can you can you ask to rescind your first motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. I will rescind my previous motion, and well, I'll leave it to you to.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Councillor Wojanowski?
Yes, thank you for bearing with us. I was going to talk this through. I motioned council to approve a 5% annual increase remuneration for policy number 837, being the elected officials' remuneration and expense policy, to be effective November 1st, 2025.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant. I was like, nobody? Really?
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to administration, Ms. Vandermeer. We had lots of conversations here. We've dealt with a lot of contracts this year, and there was a lot of other organizations looking for increases, and we tried to be mindful of the cost of living crisis that's going on right now, but also we tried to be mindful of our residents' pocketbooks in that we try to mitigate those costs. And while I completely agree with Councillor Wojanowski that we are underpaid and possibly overworked, I don't disagree with that. I do think that we should lead by example on this avenue if we're asking our other organizations to be cognizant of cost, that I feel like we should be cognizant of that cost as well. But again, I do agree with Councillor Wojanowski that we would be underpaid still, but I like to set that example for other councils that we would be compared to, just to show that we are mindful of the economic situation in our country. So if you would like an alternative to the 5%, I'm willing to give one, but also I'm willing to listen to other opinions.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Schindler, then Councillor Sambo.
Okay. I'm very cognizant of the struggles that people go through to make ends meet. I know that as a councillor, we spend a lot of time in the community. We do a lot of work that's unseen as well. The 5% annual increase on a councillor's pay is really not a lot of money. Councillors get paid, give or take, $44,000 a year minus taxes. So it's really not a lot of money. That said, this policy will take effect for the next council, and I would like to see that next council be able to afford to do this job while paying their bills and living in this rather expensive world. I don't know how to put those two things together where we want to keep everybody aware that, we're setting an example by being not taking very much from the community and giving back as much as we can, while at the same time allowing anybody to do this job and still be able to afford their daily expenses. So I put that back to Councillor Grant and the rest of the council. This policy isn't going to be for us. This is going to be for the next council. And do we want to encourage more people to get into this job. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's very uncomfortable to make decisions about your own pay with public money. So the only thing that we can do in this situation is consider what opportunities we're providing for the democratic process and who can come forward in the future. If you look at what this 5% increase would raise the councillor salary to, should somebody only have a councillor's salary that is just barely above the living wage in Alberta, and in Chestermere, that individual, if that was their only salary, they would be looking at the affordable housing options that we were talking about earlier. So I think that needs to be considered, because we also do, as others have said, we need to set up that environment where a broad range of people can consider putting their name forward and representing the people they care about in their community. And so I am in favor of this increase.
Ms. Vandermeer?
Thank you, Mayor Shannon and Dean. I do have a suggestion, though. While this motion states to approve the 5% annual increase of the remuneration to policy 837, being the elected official remuneration expense policy, to be effective November 1st, 2025, I would request that council also make a second motion to approve the policy in general. Why I ask that, you could have your increase not to be effective till November 1st of 2025, but to approve this in case any of council, you're attending any future conferences. It also gives a guideline for us to be able to do our staffing remuneration policy as well. I'm sorry, our staffing policy as well for when they go on trips, etc. So if there could be two motions.
Okay.
If that makes
Thank
sense.
you. Deputy Mayor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually echo with my fellow councillors. Very uncomfortable to give an increase to your own wages for 5%. The councillor job is a part-time, and that's why we are working the second job as well. But I have to see with the other councillor, and mayor job is full-time. And I think our mayor working 24/7 or more than that, and he deserves the raise. And because he has only one job, which was as a mayor, he cannot do other job, I know. So for that, I have to, I cannot be very just, I don't need a raise, because everybody financial situation is different. And I get that our wages, if we can compare, is kind of bare minimum wages, is not whole a lot. But if now we were overpaid, I will definitely not support it in this motion, but we are underpaid. So with my other councillors who they really, and especially for the mayor who is working just as mayor job for full time, I'd be happy to give this motion of moving forward.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Council, I'm wondering if we want to do this as a regular voting process, or if you'd be interested in a recorded vote process with regards to this motion. Again, the difference being that when we do a recorded vote, it would be captured in the minutes. Sorry, Ms. Vandermeer?
Unfortunately, you have to ask for a recorded vote before a motion is made.
No, you can call for it in the motion.
No, you have to ask for a recorded vote before a motion is made. So you have to say, I want to make this, I would like this to be a recorded vote before the motion is made. That is what I got from Municipal Affairs. Did you want to double check that?
A slight suggestion of, like, perhaps it ends up in the minutes?
It can't.
We don't know how?
No.
Right.
That's what I'm doing, yeah. Just while I'm looking that up, Councillor, is there any other comments with regards to the motion? Ms. Vandermeer?
If you'd like to proceed with it this way, I can also get back to council and confirm it with municipal affairs afterwards.
What do you mean?
If you want to do it as a recorded vote in your motion. If somebody would like to, with their motion, to state that they want it as a recorded vote, and then I can confirm with municipal affairs.
So item 4.11.4 of our procedural bylaw says, in accordance with the act, a councillor may ask for a recorded vote. In the event of a recorded vote, each member shall vote verbally and the chair shall vote last. So that doesn't say that it has to happen though before.
Sorry, to the mayor, I was always led to believe it was before.
Because I thought it was you can call for a recorded vote at the time of voting.
Mayor Dean, if I could.
Yes.
I stated the motion. I don't see the need, as the one who stated the motion, for a recorded vote. I'd prefer it to be a non-recorded vote, such that people can vote freely without being anchored by being recorded before their own vote.
Okay. All right. Councillor Schindler?
So section 185 of the MGA says before a vote is taken by council, a councillor may request that the vote be recorded. The same section of the MGA requires that when a vote is recorded, the minutes must show the names of the councillors present,
Right.
etc. But it doesn't say anything about having to do it before.
Correct. Yeah. It can be asked for at any time, but I don't think the mayor can ask for it because the mayor can ask for a recorded vote. But if I ask for a recorded vote, I have to what?
Sorry, you have to step down if you're asking, because you can't make a motion or any form of yourself,
Right.
correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Then
So
your
then,
deputy mayor
Do we have
would.
a councillor that wants to or no? If I'm the only one, then it's fine. We don't have to. Okay. Any other comments, questions then with regards to the motion? Okay, thank you. With that, then I call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. Ms. Vandermeer?
Would I be able to recommend to council to also do, council to approve policy 837 being the elected officials remuneration policy as presented as well, please?
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
So move that council approve policy 837 being the elected officials remuneration and expenses policy as presented.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Sorry, comments, questions? All right, comments, questions? Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Great.
Perfect, thank you.
And finally, we are on to item 9.3, which is our grant adjudication committee decision. Just before that comes Deputy Mayor Rendawa. I believe that you are wanting to not participate in this discussion due to conflict of interest.
That is correct. I just want to step down
Okay.
for this because due to conflict of interest.
Great, thank you. Great, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Council. So I'm here to do an RFD for additional funding recommendations for the 2025 community grant cycle. So the recommendation to Council is that Council accept and ratify the additional grant adjudication committee recommendations for the 2025 cycle. Just some background, on December 3rd, 2024, administration requested a rollover of $28,000 into the 2025 community grant funding cycle to fund additional programs. The grant adjudication committee met on both December 10th, 2024 and January 7th, 2025 to determine those additional funding allocations for recommendations. So the recommendations are put forward in the addendum to this request for decision. Just a risk is the funding ratification being delayed or organizations being denied. Funding can result in issues relative to organization function, such as community programs and services for the upcoming year. So just the two additional funding recommendations. One is Chestermere Senior All Services for the amount of $16,000. And the second one is the Chestermere Whitecappers Association for $12,000. So conclusively, the recommended action for Council is to accept and ratify the additional Grant Adjudication Committee recommendation for the 2025 funding cycle.
Great, thank you. Can I have the motion on the screen, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Move that Council accept and ratify the additional Grant Adjudication Committee recommendations for the 2025 funding cycle.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions with regards to the motion? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Councillor Narayan, for presenting this motion. I know I've asked this question before, but I'm not sure I feel confident that the answer was clear enough. This rollover of, I think it's $28,000. I understand that there was a rollover that was given to a not-for-profit that didn't accept the money. However, I just want to confirm that that money that was approved previously was approved under a previous council and not by administration. Can we make that confirmation?
Yes, so it was from the Community Engagement Department and it was approved through previous council, I believe. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make one comment. As being a member of the Grant Adjudication Committee, I just want to point out that the process we went through was not typical, not normal, and the reasoning for that was, as mentioned, we had an event that didn't go forward, but I think the majority of council felt that it would be wrong to sit on that money if we had community money to give to not-for-profits and such, that we shouldn't just sit on it and wait for next year, that we should action that money in the community. And maybe that was a little contentious on whether we should or not, but I'm glad we did, and I'm hopeful that this money goes to well-deserving people and that they offer great programs for our residents. So.
Great, thank you. I think also with that, I think it's appropriate to say that our grant process is under a thorough review right now by administration. Council has been kept up to date on that. There's a lot of work that is going on, both at the grant adjudication level with that committee, as well as with our Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits. And there is what I would consider strong communication between those two committees as to what's happening, and a process that is being done. And I believe that we are going to hear some updates on that at a future GAP meeting with regards to some of the things that we're doing with grants moving forward. But that's work that administration is doing that they're going to be bringing back. So on that comment, there is a lot of work that is being done within this process moving forward. Any other comments or questions with regards to the motion? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to, I guess, members of the council, I just wanted to thank the Adjudication Committee and staff for being diligent and, I guess, reaching this conclusion. Non-for-profit organizations, they do amazing work, and the way they stretch the dollars is just beyond my comprehension. It's just quite remarkable. So I'm really happy that they did reach this conclusion. So thanks to the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Schindler.
I'm curious as to the process of putting this money back in. for this adjudication after the granting process, would it have not been more prudent to push this to the 2026 granting cycle to allow for a more holistic approach to applications for this money?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that comment. That decision's been made, and I think it's not necessarily material to this particular motion because that's a decision that was done, right? And so the decision, right? And so while you may disagree on the process, it is a decision that was made and was voted on and was moved forward.
To push it to the grant adjudication
Correct.
committee.
For 2025 funding. Correct.
Right. Just
Any other final comments, questions with regards to the motion? Okay, with that, call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. And we have one final item, which is a closed session on our Chestermere Library disclosure harmful to a business interest. For those that are either watching online or attending in the gallery, I don't believe that there will be material motions coming forward out of this. So if you want to stick around, then feel free. But I do feel that we will be quickly moving to adjournment of the meeting after our in-camera session, just to be respectful of people's time. So with that, ask for a motion for Councillor to move us to in-camera. Councillor Schindler?
I move that Council move into closed session at 11:34 a.m. to discuss the following: Chestermere Library, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. Great. Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Yeah, we should get run down. Thank you. We're just coming back out of our in-camera session. Council, can I have somebody make the motion to come out of closed session? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council come out of closed session at 12:19 PM.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. I think we were pretty clear that coming out, we were going to just maybe have one motion. Did we notice if anybody was waiting in the lobby to come back in for the public session? Okay. So with that, I believe we're just making the motion to accept the in-camera conversation as information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the discussion on the Chestermere Library for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And finally, can I have a councillor make the following motion to adjourn the meeting, please? Deputy Mayor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the regular meeting of council at 12:20 PM.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Oh, no, sorry. Call for the vote. No comments. Great, and we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Can we...